pop out the chat. Okay, so that didn't have timestamps. That does. Cool, cool. All right, there we go. So let's get tropical. All right, so the plan for today. We made some good progress. We have a little bit to do. Cool, cool. Changes approved. Squash and merge. All right, cool. Just had to get that done. It probably would be one of the biggest pay-per-views of all time. Trevenge, that's fine, man. Yeah, I didn't become a dev until I was 30, so you got plenty of time, right? Seriously. I was a snowboard bum. 10 years. Loved it, wouldn't change a thing. Uh, 39. There you go. Yeah, Nightbot knows. Nightbot knows. Oh shit. I've been connected to the voice chat all night. Oops. I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, it makes sense, Revenge. Yeah, snowboarding's tough. Because the older you get, harder it is to learn. Any coding? I mean, yeah, I had a GeoCities site when I was in junior high. Like, things like that, sure. Like, coding? No, I didn't know what a while loop until I went to school. Until I was 30. I'm 39 now, Sandrior. Had the birthday just last week. All right. There you go. Yeah, nice. A lot of June birthdays. While I was snowboarding, had the programming lectures going? No, definitely not. But yeah, so had a GeoCities site, learned CSS from making MySpace site, you know, like some of that bullshit. You know, I think I had done like a bit of like copying and pasting of ActionScript before. And before I actually like went to school, I had done a little bit of dabbling in like WordPress stuff. And again, like if else, like that type of like Boolean logic has always made sense to me. So that part was really easy. It was loops that I didn't understand at all until I actually like, you know, had it taught to me. All right, let's do our today command. Oh. Oh, shit. There we go. People make all sorts of stuff with Rust. You can make a web server with anything, almost. You could probably make a web server with CSS at this point. And I'm not even kidding. I think someone actually did do that. There's that article. We can check it out on our Reddit crawl. Or not Reddit crawl, our news crawl. All right, so let me get this out of the way. We're going to continue setting up. Yeah, it's the daily tech news crawl now. Yep. Oh, and let me paste over to watch.dev. I think I forgot it yesterday. There we go. It's a good raid chain. Oh yeah. Oh, and don't worry about the sub. Yeah, no worries. And when I took the beanie off, you mean on the charity stream or the other day, like last week or whatever, like on birthday? Hey, thanks, Ethan. Charity day, nice. All right, so. Let me continue setting this up. All right, and programming.dev. All right, so I'm gonna try and record this and maybe get it uploaded to the second YouTube channel, maybe? So we'll see.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
So here we go. The Daily Tech News Crawl. Interesting, Revenge. I didn't even think about that. We could always just do threadsapp.com or something, but... Yeah, so here's the big thing. They're not trying to aim for web users. They don't really care about their website, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Server side CSS. Hold on. CSS as the backend. This is it. This is the one. I think you can log in and use Instagram, though. these days, right? Like, I was able to do that. So eventually, I think it'll happen. So yeah, we'll dig into that one. But there's the link for you ahead of time if you want to spoil yourself. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Instagram. I don't know. It promotes, like, the even more, like, superficial, vapid nature of, like, social media, in my opinion. Because it's purely, like, visually focused. Same problem with TikTok. That's why I think the text-based ones, like Twitter, etc., are better. Right? Like, fitness influencers started on Instagram, basically. Not, like, all of them, but, like, the modern version of it was basically, like, started by Instagram postings. Yeah, so I really don't like that shit. It's entirely too superficial and vapid. But I also, you know, I'm a fucking boomer. I don't like the Zoomer haircuts either, you know? God, what was the one where the dude was complaining about people selling fruit outside of, like, a rented Airbnb? And he has, like, the Johnny Bravo haircut, basically. I fucking hate haircuts like that. Like, that person is more haircut than human at this point. That's my opinion. So yeah, I really don't like that shit. I've never been into it. I've always just let my hair grow, cut it twice a year, and move on. So yeah. I did have braids when I was a kid, but I was 13, you know. Way too much effort. But I believe that's just my counterculture coming out. So this is interesting. I'm curious about that. Does that matter? I don't think so. Right? JS doesn't either. You can always have a struct that you're passing instead. That's fine, Sendrior. I would really recommend the Shopify thing instead. Shopify is a hot marketplace that doesn't have enough stuff made for what needs to be there yet. If you can solve problems for people of Shopify stores, you'll make a lot of money. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, like WordPress premium plugins had a major heyday 10 years ago, etc. And you can still make money with them, but it's not like the gold rush of trying to fill in the niches that people haven't done yet. And Shopify does have that gold rush right now. So that would be my recommendation. Typically what that means, though, is you might end up operating a server of your own to support adding this functionality to Shopify clients. One example would be, I don't know, could you set up drop shipping? Like a drop shipping plugin for some third-party drop shipping provider? Maybe, but you're probably going to be the one that has to set up the intermediate server for all that stuff. Right? Like the one that communicates between Shopify and the drop shipper. I'm sure there's other stuff that could just be like purely, you know, client hosts it and you're done. But I think the real money makers are going to be in things that require a server anyway. So think about that. Create a list of like ideas for Shopify plugins. Think about whether they need a third-party server or whether they could be done entirely, you know, within the client store. You know, more like a front-end focus kind of thing. That would be my recommendation. But remember, this is the #1 rule of brainstorming. Every idea is valuable. Every single idea that you think is even remotely like something worth doing, not that you can do it yet, and not that you necessarily want to do it yet, right? But is it worth doing eventually? It goes in the list, and then you can sort and filter yourself later. So the main thing is you do not apply a critical mind to the brainstorming process. Criticality and creativity are separate thought processes. Now keep in mind that creativity within constraints is actually necessary, but that's different from criticality. Again, put it in a list. If you're not writing all your ideas down, and then sorting them, and maybe putting them into different buckets of scope, and how easy it would be, how hard it would be, like all that, like, that's up to you. You're the project manager of your own shit. I'm just letting you know how to do it. If you never create the tickets or the projects within whatever board or thing you're using, they're gone. You'll never remember it. Same thing goes for, I can't think of projects. I can't think of a project to do. You think of projects all the time. You throw them away before you've actually let them grow. You throw them away before you've had time to grow into them. All that stuff. And yes, this is going to be a YouTube video at some point. Ooh. Oh, so ChatGPT could actually interpret and run code. That's gonna be pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure, Sendrio. So yeah, Cohawk, I agree with experience, etc., right? Like, it's a great idea. But at the end of the day, if you have tasks that you can do or really want to do, you should do those first, as long as they're, like, within scope and all that stuff, right? And then doing something that doesn't feel 100%, sure. But if you have 100% ideas, then those are the clear winners. But again, you'll never know, because if you don't put them in a list, they're gone. I don't know, this one seems kind of like hyperbolic. And it goes to LinkedIn? I'm not going to LinkedIn. No, no, no. Oh, yeah, no worries, Cohawk. Yep. No, it was a good point. Right? Sometimes experience for experience's sake is worth it, but usually it's only worth it if you didn't have something else you could have been doing with that time that would have been more of something that you were looking for. Yeah. What is that? Typing.type checking? Oh, absolutely. But Zokin, look at it this way. I had already led a couple larger projects with developers working underneath me before I started streaming. So, I don't know. I think streaming helped me talk about it better. But so did going to meetups and just hanging out at the bar afterwards. So, I don't know. There are absolutely things that I didn't know about before starting to stream. Would I have learned them without streaming? I think the main answer is probably no, because I use streaming to force me to work on side projects, because otherwise I could do all sorts of other stuff. I could be snowboarding, I could be, you know, just playing some video games, maybe read a good book, right? But you know what I enjoy the most? Making side projects. But it's one of those things where, like, it's hard to force yourself to, like, sit down and do it because there's so many other distractions. Whereas while streaming, right? You guys keep me on task more than you think. All right, looks like we're seeing some good meme templates come through from Lemmy World. And we're seeing this part overlapping. Cool. Let's look at the Hacker News stuff now. Oh, this might be the greatest use case for AI I've ever seen. Oh man, AI for AWS documentation? Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. That seems like a fun little side project. Yeah, we popped it open. Yeah, the Sega thing? Man, we got a lot of stuff open, so we're gonna have to hammer through a bunch of these. It'll be quick. It'll be quick. Just making sure, looking over at work. All right. All right, so let's check this out. So that's almost kind of funny. His name's Julian, and there's also the Julian calendar. So, yeah, that's cool. I thought it was just like a purely like calendar-related website, but my bad. All right, so time is a curious thing, sure. Most popular time device is the watch, and it's useful, but it only tells you the status quo, right? It's not scientifically accurate, it's whatever you set it to. And it allows us to see time, but not manage it. That's another good point. There's some fancy watches out there. And hey, what's up, Rob Storm? Hey, thank you for the sub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, what you up to? Yeah, been a little bit. Would you like me to check? I'm kind of curious. Oh, it's only a few months. Okay. Oh, but before that, it was a couple years. That's right. So yeah. What's up, MK Slug? How you doing, girl? Alright, so yeah. Calendars allow us to travel forward in time and see the future. More importantly, they allow us to change the future. It's a bit hyperbolic, but okay. "100 Days of Python"? Nice. So notes are just emails to your future self. Emails are just tasks, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't know. This one seems a little weird. Yeah, Replic's not nice. I didn't like how they basically sued a competitor into the ground on a vague notion that they took code with them when they left. Because I don't think they did. So yeah. Like the heavily litigious people of the world, I have a hard time supporting. Yeah, I mean, it's a useful tool, like, use it. But there was definitely an article I remember reading where I might be a bit fuzzy on the details, in which someone tried creating a competitor, and because they had previously worked at Replit, stuff happened. I'd have to really track down that article, though. No, it is really, like, the best thing that fills that void. For Python especially. Well, I mean, for Python, there might be some focused ones, especially because Python can run in the browser now. But you wouldn't have access to file system stuff, so you might still want to be inside of the Replit. For Python, no, not at all, Geralt. Yeah, Code Sandbox is pretty much strictly for JavaScript, HTML, CSS, stuff that runs in the browser. As far as I know. Unless they've added Python support. But yeah, as far as I know, they don't. I mean, yeah, I'd say try a few out. They do have a Flash server? Oh shit. Alright, never mind. My bad. I haven't seen that before. Alright, my bad. Native could be alright, but it doesn't give you, like, the file system stuff. Oh, so it's all just like Docker container-ish. So yeah, Code Sandbox could be a good option now. I am curious about Replit competitors, though, so let's look. Oh, GitHub might actually have a good option. Yeah, code spaces. GitHub code spaces could be a big option. Really? You're gonna do that to me? I can't even skip this stack share? Well, cool, I'll just leave. Easy. Fucking stack share. Yeah, I don't know if Codespaces supports Python, so yeah, not sure. Yeah, so Code Sandbox, Python Anywhere, I think either of those would be fine. If you want to try something else, again, Repl.it's fine. It's a tool, you know. Yeah, exactly, Rob. All right, so yeah, long article. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, what if you could line up Spotify with your calendar to see what you were listening to when? That's not a bad idea. That's kind of genius. So this is not about the future, it's about the past. Sure, but still, like, hugely valuable. Right? So now Spotify seems cool and, right, more of a gimmick, but what about visualizing your health data alongside work activities? Like maybe your heart rate or possibly even blood pressure or something? Overlay that with your calendar? Right? It'd help you actually like schedule where to do some of these things. Yeah, I'm less about maybe sharing that stuff, right? But no, this is a very cool idea about like what multi-layered calendars could look like and how valuable they could be. And at this point, like, all you would need, so you would want historical data and possibly a way to analyze that historical data against your calendar. But eventually, could you propose, like, could you have software that actually organizes your meeting day for you, or like, you know, gives you moments in which like, hey, you've got 15 minutes between this and your next meeting. You normally would go probably like crawl Twitter or something, but could you do just a guided meditation or whatever? Like, I don't know, that could be cool. Yeah, this could actually inspire like some cool side projects, really. Yeah, this one seems awesome. I like this idea. Right? Activity layers, right? Your stress, your workouts, your music. This is cool. Like, is this person just theorizing what it could be? Yeah. I mean, it's just an essay. Someone else can make it. So yeah, boom. This is a genius idea. Someone wants to get that going. Ooh, buddy. Cal.com, you out there? Oh, so you're making something almost like this, or like related to a calendar app already? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I think Calcom's biggest move would actually be opening up a plugin API to where people could make their own little activity layers and stuff, rather than Calcom having to make them. Oh, you mentioned it above and I missed it. I'm sorry, Kohawk. Oh, you did. I missed it. Yeah. So how you're thinking about your current side project, right? Like a family organizer. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, good call. Let me rephrase that. I sure... Oh, God. Yep, I'm not clicking that. Yeah, I think, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Hope someone from Calcom takes this idea and runs with it. Okay, so this one's a quick one. So what about T? Hepata something or other? I believe that's for, like, blood? Yeah. Oh, and so I'm sorry, Kohawk. 1 second. There you go. Yeah, sorry about that. It thought it was a link. I know you weren't trying to link. You were just mentioning Calcom. But yeah. And I can read the comments. So it's a really cool product. Sad that you didn't think about it before. Yeah, it happens. Calendly also had a thing, and Calcom just does it better, right? And I think does more at this point, right? But yeah, I don't know if they have like a plugin system or anything. I'm not sure. I haven't even looked. Let me put it that way. That's probably my bad. Yeah. So it's really just like a Calcom plugin for other things, but they don't have their own plugin system. Hepatoprotective. What does that mean? To prevent damage to the liver. Ah, okay. So yeah, it's about the liver and how it handles bile synthesis, etc. Blah, blah, blah. I thought that was the gallbladder. Yeah. Okay, so the point is, tea, theoretically, is good for your liver. Ah! Okay, so I'd never heard that one. Cold tea is better than hot tea. Alright, well, interesting. Oh man, this one seems genius. This is the type of software that AI should be doing, right? Analyzing documentation and giving, like, just doing a Q&A, right? So, let's see. What is a VPC? How do I configure platform? It's probably directly from their documentation, but it's still pretty cool. And it tells you where, like, the doc sources came from, so maybe it's not a direct copy and paste. What is snowmobile? Right? Isn't that it? Yeah, cool. We haven't worked on it for a bit. If you haven't seen me work on it on stream, you know, I haven't worked on it. I don't work on side projects off stream. I think part of that is I want to make sure you guys see the whole process, usually. N times faster than C part 1. Okay. There you go, Teeny. Try that one, see how it works. Hold on, let me give you the link. I'm curious what it tells you. And hey, Kohawk, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Alright, so sometimes humans can see something that compilers won't. Right, so the code Clang generates checks for the null terminator first, but that makes no sense. Right, optimize for the other characters first, and then check null terminator last? Because of when it's going to be happening, right? Yeah. Right, so they were able to speed it up. Cool. So how about rearranging some of the blocks? 1.08, cool. Replacing jumps with arithmetic. Oh, 1.12. So this is a cool, like, hey, you know that that assembly that got generated? I can do it better, right? Compilers aren't perfect. And boom! Okay. So yeah, just don't branch. How do you make the branch predictor fast? I don't know, so let's just not use it. Aha! So instead of using an if, which is branching logic, they just add to a number or subtract from the number. Okay. And that was already a 6x speed increase. Right, so the C moves were actually faster, which is interesting. Wait, is it accurate? Like, is it giving you a way to actually connect to App Engine from AWS using AppStream? Is that literally what it's doing there? Hey, yeah, you want to use Google? Go for it. Use Google, and here's how you can do it with us. Right? If so, that's genius. That's just genius. Oh, it thinks you're talking about Google Drive. Oh, that was it. Because that's probably some of the only references to Google within all of their docs, right? So that makes a little more sense. And hey, what's up, Andra? How you doing? So yeah, again, Kohawk, thank you for that sub. Appreciate you. Let me check one more quick thing. All right, cool. So yeah, you can sometimes get a 6 times speed up by hand coding your tight C loop in assembly. Sure. I think the biggest point is, does it matter? Right? Have you identified a bottleneck? Right? And they claim, like, they point out they're not an expert. They're just looking at a few things. But they wanted to try their hand at optimizing this problem. And it's a kind of like just a cool process of, like, I don't know, poking at it and seeing what works and doesn't. It was a good little read. All right, so here we go. A better way to show your music at $8 a month. I guess. Okay, I see what he's doing there. All right. So that's for, like, sharing on social media. I still think it'd be a lot cooler. Like, it has heavy Winamp vibes, for sure. He's gamifying or, you know, monetizing Winamp visualizers, but not even, like, as cool looking as Winamp visualizers yet. Yeah, it really whips the llama's ass. Oh, I don't remember live channels, actually. That may have been something that was a thing, like, during the MySpace era, right? But I pretty much only caught, like, the first major year of, like, the MySpace era, and then I was snowboard bum. Which means I'd, like, check it, but I didn't have it all the time. Like, I didn't even, you know, no one had smartphones back then. This was 2002. And then by the time smartphones released, it was the Facebook era. Yeah, Winamp TV. I don't remember that at all. I do remember Shoutcast. I don't think I ever used it, though. I mean, this is cool. I think it's an interesting... It's an interesting, like, tool. And, you know... More power to him for trying to make a buck. I just don't think it's quite there for something I would want yet. Like, I want... Create some music video for me with some prompts real quick. Done, right? Like, not even like full music video, just like enough of a visualizer that changes and adapts to the song, right? Like, could you set breakpoints of like modifying the visualizer to something else? Boom. So easy. Like, so almost like a non-linear editor for different visualizations based upon timing, and then just like press a button, done. You've got it synced up and you can upload that to YouTube. That's going in the Trello board. I don't know if we could charge for it. It'd probably just be something we make that people run locally. That would be a fun side project. I don't think we could make any money from it, but it would be kind of cool just simply, you know, make a like a Tory app. Give it a UI in which you just put in a video. It gives you a timeline on which you can start modifying visualizers. And it's really like you just have the one visualizer, and then you just like modify it based on like, you know, intervals or keyframes. And then it's just tweening between those. For different styles of visualizers, tweening those values would be harder. And maybe you just decide on like a transition, like a crossfade or something. Yeah, when changing the style of the visualizer, you'd have to pick a transition, I think. Fade to black, fade to white, crossfade, other shit too, right? Get the star wipe, obviously. That's the most important transition ever created, according to George Lucas, right? So yeah, I actually really like this idea. I just need to fix the typo. And yeah, I like that. If anyone wants to steal it, go for it. If I was worried about it, I wouldn't be writing it down here. Oh, yeah, I want to keep that around. And here we go. Yeah, I thought that was a cool idea, especially because it inspired something. Knew someone was gonna say it. Yeah, I think this person's being snarky and misunderstanding that this is a jumping off point. They created the monetization, the hosting, like the entire pipeline for the video, and now adding new visualizers is incredibly easy. Right? It's like the Patty's egg. It's a jumping off point. Oh, yep. Or unless you meant the Sega document leak as well. So yeah, this person's like recanting their story of like, you know, growing up, it was basically just Nintendo and Sega, and Sony making a PlayStation? Cool. It'll be just another fad like the mini disc. They're ignoring the fact that the mini disc was hugely popular in many crowds for various reasons, right? Way better than a CD player for the size. And like the higher end mini discs even came with like recording capability. I think, did they all? I don't remember, but like you could actually have a mini disc and plug in a microphone for it and actually go and get like, you know, you could have it at a concert and get a really decent recording, right? You could go and do like recording of like sounds out in the world and then, you know, create like natural sound music. Oh, it was the later and more expensive models. Yeah. But it was still like a big selling point for them. Created an app or web utility for snowboarders? What would that be? Like, the simplest utility I could think of is, should I go snowboarding? Right? And it would just be a little app I open up at 6 a.m., and it just checks to see if there's enough powder dropped within the past night or two, and if it's a weekday. If it's a weekend, the answer's always no. Right? I could make that app, that'd be fine. But I can also just check the weather, you know? So, I'm not sure. Right? It's about return on investment for that time. Now, the key would be if I wire it up to a server, and when it's a really good POW day in my area, everyone in the Stevens Pass area gets a no. That's the pro move. That's what we gotta do. I get the app big enough among skiers and snowboarders, right? We call it POW day or something. Everyone in my area has it. And then on select days when I don't really want to deal with a bunch of people up there, right? Like a good weekday, I override the recommendations with a no. Get the whole place to myself. People at the resort like, I don't know it's so weird. Yeah, right? I don't know about that. Yeah, we'll see. Could you imagine that, though? That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty solid. That'd be kind of fun, okay? I wouldn't do it, but it'd be kind of funny. It'd be like the dude that, like, built a dating app, but he was the only, like, actual, like, dude on there. So anyone, you know, that he was trying to date, he'd be the only one that they'd actually get a response from. Right? You guys heard about that, right? It's genius. Genius. Oh, I don't snowboard with a phone. I mean, that part just makes zero sense to me. I'm sorry. Like, when I'm snowboarding, I've got my MP3 player, and that's about the only electronic I got. Now, I have had ideas for maybe, like, a drone that follows you kind of thing. That'd be really cool. Like, having a really good follow drone would be awesome. But you wouldn't be able to do it at most resorts without, like, special clearance and all that stuff. So it'd be a little tricky. But it'd be really good for, like, you know, like, out-of-bounds POW riding. Like a little mini drone. I don't know. That would be the dream. I just, you know. There's a lot to do that one. Jonestown, how about this? My biggest Stack Overflow post of all time, and actually Stack Exchange, actually relates to that drone idea. all of them relate to that. Like, dude. Yeah, all of them. So yeah, proximity sensor for height from snow-covered ground. Right? Because laser wouldn't work. Ultrasonic, probably the best bet. So boom, right? I guess theoretically laser could work. Yeah, I'm curious about the snow thing though. I really don't think laser would be the right move. But it is a scanner type, so reflector type wouldn't work with snow. Yeah, I don't know. Just point it out. So again, Jonestown, like, I want to make software that does something that people can use. I'm not going to rack my brain to come up with a snowboarding idea. I'm going to come up with ideas that I think are going to be useful. So at that point, like, I have no desire to combine coding and snowboarding unless I can think of an app that really makes sense. I haven't. It never came up. I did have one idea that would be kind of fun where people could track like their run, like their path down like some backcountry and like name it or something. And then you could do like backcountry maps for like various resorts. But then I realized, well, wait, I don't want a bunch of people going where I do my POW runs. Those are mine. So yeah, again, it's a counterintuitive app idea. Oh, you mean I could tell everyone where I get my best stash spots so I can never get those again? Sweet. Sounds great. So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna rack my brain trying to come up with some idea for a specific thing. I'm rather gonna just let the ideas happen. That's it. Trying to force a niche never works. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go read this. What is this part? Oh man, yeah, that writing is hard to read. Yeah, so this seems interesting. Nice leaked document. Yeah, what is bootleg? Okay. So yeah, the Saturn is technically superior. I think also it was just more expensive, right? Yeah, and Sony, millions and millions of dollars more in advertising, and also in production. Right, that looks like 0.8 to me versus 4 million. So yeah, Sony heavily invested into content. And I think that was their win. And yeah, $400 console in that era. Whew. It was like the Jaguar. Right? Anyone remember the Jaguar? I remember going to, like, Target or something just to play the games on it, but I didn't know anyone that owned one. I think it wasn't until like 5 or 6 years later when Sony had won that I ended up seeing someone that had a Jaguar, you know, like at their home. And I think they got it just super cheap because they always wanted one kind of thing. Your older brother had one? Only game I remember playing for that was it Alien vs. Predator? No. It was like the Alien vs. Marines game. I think that one was cool because it was the first time you could actually be an alien, which is awesome. Alright, so gigantic landslide shows the limit to how high mountains can grow, sure. So there was a thing in the Himalayas that was bigger than all of this stuff. Yikes. Yeah, interesting read. Oh, the 3DO. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about 3DO. Yeah, I never met one who had one of those either. Yeah, I forgot there were so many consoles in the 90s. Now, this is interesting. Oh, really? Apple even had one? I don't remember that at all. Aha, so that's interesting. So yeah, right, he points out a vulnerability, or not vulnerability, but a false vulnerability in which they used a scanner, and that scanner detected that .bash history was available, right? But it wasn't. It just resolved to a website that didn't do anything, right? To a HTML page that did nothing, because that's what Prometheus does as the server. It's only accepting a couple routes, and every other route just goes to the standard default. But it means it's a 200. Getting a 200 from .bash history is not ideal, right? And someone else goes on to point out that an issue with this is that URL presence is not a good signal, right? So the URL being there and being a 200 still doesn't actually like tell you much, right? Because of what we just saw. So theoretically, the presence of a URL is not enough, and most things like Google, etc., should be loading some actual explicit value to verify ownership of it, right? If you've never associated a domain with like a mail server like Gmail or some other things, you have to prove that you own the domain. There are two ways to do it. You have to do it via DNS, or you have to do it via a web server, right? Via the web server that's accessible. The web server option is a file. If you just make that file like allowed to be empty and it just needs to be there, there's all sorts of ways that that could not be what you're looking for. So instead, the key is make sure that file has contents that you care about, scan the file, look inside of it, and then that verifies ownership. Same thing with why you want to do that via DNS, why they have a text record. That text record value is actually getting verified as well, not just the presence of the randomly generated domain. So things like that. And randomly generated subdomain. So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, really quick, to the point article. I like it. All right, everyone loves a good meme. I want to be a good programmer. Well, then just pretend you're already a good programmer. Okay, when do I stop pretending? Never. It works. Hold on, let's look at some more memes real quick. Tester could not find even one defect in my code. Me for the next 5 days. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. All right. That's the neat part. You don't. Yeah, what is that even from? Oh, yeah, what is that even from? I don't remember. All right, so theoretically, there's a thing in Python called typing.typechecking. It's part of just programming.dev, and Lemmy gets federated into it, I think. Or whatever. Or maybe Lemmy's the software? I don't know. Like, some of the stuff's coming from lemmy.world, though. So, I'm not sure if that's what you were asking or the other part or whatever. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Invincible was good. I'm waiting for season 2. Yeah, J.K. Simmons. Yeah. Really good voice actor. Yeah, so I don't do enough Python to really know the use case for this. I think technically what this is doing is checking for like a dev step. Right, so basically you can do like a compile or static analysis check of your types that is not necessarily done at runtime, etc. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. Anyone here do enough Python to know what that's for? Alright, so this is probably a good article. The hardest part of building software is not coding, it's requirements. Why replacing programmers with AI won't be so easy. Yeah. Alright, I've been saying this forever. To replace programmers, it means the client needs to know what they want. Totally safe. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Oh, no wait, no, it's a bug. Okay, so alright, here we go. Early in this person's career, they were placed on a project midstream in order to help increase the velocity of the team, which never works. The main purpose of the software was to configure custom products on e-commerce sites. They were tasked with generating dynamic terms and conditions. There was conditional verbiage that depended on the type of product being purchased, as well as which U.S. state the customer was located in due to legal requirements. At some point, I thought I found a potential defect. A user would pick one product type, which would generate the appropriate terms and conditions, but further along the workflow, it would allow the user to pick a different product type and predefined terms and conditions. It would violate one of the features explicitly agreed on in the business requirement that had the client's signature. Yeah, converted to feature next release. Exactly. At some point, I thought I found a potential defect. Okay, no, we did that part. I naively asked the client, should I remove the input that allowed a user to override the right terms and conditions? The response I got has been seared inside my brain ever since. His exact words were spoken with complete and total confidence. That'll never happen. This was a senior executive who had been at the company for years, knew the company's business processes, and was chosen to oversee the software for a reason. Yeah, exactly. That'll never happen. Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard people say that all the time, and they are usually wrong. Alright, so the ability to override the default terms and conditions was explicitly requested by the same person. So who the heck was I to question anyone, much less a senior executive of a company that was paying us money? So I shrugged it off and promptly forgot about it. Months later, just a few weeks before the software was to go live, a tester on the client side had found a defect, and it was assigned to me. When I saw the details of the defect, I laughed out loud. That concern I had about overriding default terms and conditions, the thing I was told would never happen, well, guess what was happening? And guess who was blamed for it? And guess who was asked to fix it? And yeah, I've been saying this forever. I'd like to see timestamps. Because I've been saying that forever. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Person that was stabbed? Yeah. So the fix was relatively easy and the consequences of the bug were low, but this experience has been a recurring theme in my career building software. I've talked to enough fellow software engineers to know I'm not alone. Problems have become bigger, harder to fix, and more costly, but the source of the problem is usually the same. The requirements were unclear, inconsistent, or wrong. The concept of artificial intelligence has been around for quite some time, although the high-profile advances have raised concerns in the media. Sure. AI has already been very successful in certain areas. First one that comes to mind is chess. Right? And it's been applied to chess since the 80s. And AI has exceeded humans' ability to win at chess. And it's not surprising because the parameters of chess are finite. But the game has not been solved. Right? And solved meaning there's always, like, a correct move to win. So is chess a solved game? Right? Number of possible moves at any given moment is finite. Right? So it's a whole bunch of just finite things. Tic-tac-toe is a solved game. Right? Right? If both players play tic-tac-toe optimally, there is no winning. Which is a major plot point in the movie War Games. Right? So is there any strategy that would guarantee things? Probably not. So yeah, right? Given that the tree of possible game paths at any given moment is finite, it is solvable, but it is not yet solved. Okay, so that makes sense. Alright, so chess always starts with blah blah blah, 32 pieces on 64 squares. Yep. Finite number of possible moves. Alright, so self-driving cars. Self-driving cars largely use rule-based engines to make decisions, but driving is not a solvable problem. Right? Navigation is not necessarily a solvable problem. Yep. Motherfuckers, I knew it. Oh, those assholes. Okay. So, I worked with someone at one point who talked about number of nines. And when we started talking about, like, what it meant, they said 3 nines, and I was like, that's only 99.9%. And they're like, what? You don't count the first 2 nines? That was news to me. I had always heard you count the first 2 nines. And every other case since then, you count all of the nines. So 5 and 6 nines is important. The fact that someone so confidently said that to me, and they work at AWS now, is insane to me. Like they'd never heard anyone else talk about the number of nines before? Like, I don't know. So, yeah. The fact that I thought I was wrong about that for a few years before I actually started, like, seeing more and more, like, cases of it, because I didn't go and verify it that night kind of thing, so annoying to me. He made me feel stupid when, in fact, he was the one out of line with the norm. Super annoying. Take it easy, Super Tramps. I don't like that dog whistle, basically. I'm sorry, I'm gonna delete it. I know you didn't intend it that way, you're just making parody, but I'd rather not even parody that shit. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. No offense. No, I totally get what you mean. Like, yep, you didn't mean it that way. I just... Yeah. It is a bit of a dog whistle. Oof. Yeah, seeing hash maps used as function arguments is a little cursed. Oh wait. Okay, so I'm misunderstanding something. I don't think I actually understand what the article is trying to tell us. Oh, I see. So this is more about naming it when it's going into the function, not coming out of it. Right, so you can pass things in any order you want because they're named. I get it. All right, so yeah, if editors can do inline hints, that's a huge option. Right, it's already type safe, but you can't change the order. Right, editors can help though. And it's not self-documenting outside of an IDE. Okay. Right, so hash maps, another option. Needs a dependency, so that's annoying. You could do it with an enum. What's up, Central? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. What do you mean by that, one play? And hey, Chesla, thanks for the sub. So yeah, you can do it with a struct. Yeah, interesting. So an enum and a builder. Won't tell you if you forgot to add a builder method. Ooh. So do we need named arguments? I don't know, but not bad article. All right, so hold on. If you have a callable that has optional arguments that depends on what type you're working with, your arguments might differ. If you have multiple typed overloaded callables, you can call different code based on types. So one plain, think about it this way. In a language that has named arguments, you can change the order of them. You can't do that even if the argument has typed or overloaded callables, right? So that's the problem. Now, I get your one plane. What I'm getting at is it's about passing, like being able to pass them in different orders, and it's self-documenting at that point. Yeah. That's what this whole article is about, like named arguments, for sure. Right, and because Rust doesn't have overloading either, the hash map is an option. Alright, so this person's trying to get a phone or something. They're having an issue with Twilio. Yeah, is Google Voice even still a thing? Or do you have to pay for it? All right, we'll do the meme last. I don't even know what that one's saying. So yeah, someone asked about the CSS as a backend framework, as a server-side language. Yeah, man, why not? Hold on. Oh, yeah. No, there's some, like, hacks in there. We'll go look at it. There we go. Boom. Nailed it. Right. Let's look at it real quick. Cascading server sheets. Ooh. I mean, we could just say SSCSS, server-side CSS. The deep abiding goal of every engineer is to take a thing and make it do a thing it wasn't supposed to do. Right? Pretty accurate. Imagine changing a tire with the Hubble telescope. Doesn't exactly work out, does it? Well, how awesome would it feel if you managed to do it, though? And that's what I'm after. Hey, maybe I'm starting a new trend here. I don't know. Who knows? Even if the trend is just laughing at my silly ideas and never taking me seriously again. Right? People were so obsessed with whether they could that they forgot to ask if they should. Yeah, that's from Jurassic Park. Just watched that the other day. This tool will be something I'll never, ever, ever use in production, and you, dear reader, should not do it either. Please. There, you've been warned. Alright. So, okay. Cascading server sheets it is. First, let's define how this thing will even work. Let's think about an interface to Express. Basically, define a catch-all route in Express, load the CSS file, parse and interpret the styles, this part will be the fun part, I guess, and shoot whatever DOM emerges over the wire. To do that, let's first install Express. Please note that I'm using NVM to switch between node versions, blah, blah, blah. Awesome, create the app. In the Express app, we define the catch-all route. You know, they do the body parser thing, sure. File ends with that. You know, they add index to it. Interesting. Oh, and then they do the CSS lookup. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Looks right to me. So evaluating the CSS. Here's the fun part. We somehow need to figure out how to execute the CSS server side and take whatever it outputs as the app's response. The first thing that comes to mind for rendering is to simply use the CSS content rule to render, well, content. It can use CSS variables and counters, so we can technically even do math with it. There's just one problem. The browser evaluates counters and vars on the fly, so we cannot just evaluate the CSS, take whatever's in the content and output that. So the computed style approach doesn't work. Believe me, I tried. Basically, you get what you see in the CSS tab of your DevTools. Imagine this piece of CSS. You got variables. Yep. And that's what you end up seeing. So why don't we just use a browser to do that? The browser does evaluate this stuff somehow, right? Only issue is we're shifting the problem. There are node implementations of CSS. They offer computed styles. If only there was a way to let the computer read what's on screen. So ideally, the browser would load the CSS file, and we wouldn't inline anything. Otherwise, we can't really use stuff like @import. So we need another controller that loads CSS files. Sounds like a future me problem. So let's first introduce Puppeteer and make it execute the CSS. Alright, so to load the CSS, they need some HTML. They can create it on the fly, inject the loaded CSS as a link, base64 encode the entire blob, and make the browser parse that. So yeah, they added, let's see, what part are they talking about here? Data method, yep. Where's method even coming from? Oh, it's passed in to create DOM. So yeah, the HTTP method is already passed, which means they can do post or get or whatever, which is kind of crazy. So next, add the internal route to the Express app. that serves the requested CSS. Sure. So yeah, Puppeteer can now load the apps and execute them. Right, so they bring Puppeteer into what I'm going to guess is the Express page. Nope, this is still just their get content function. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of JS to like glue things together. You would technically need any language to glue it all together, though. Out of the box debugging. Heyo. Right? No dev tools needed. No extension needed for Chrome dev tools. Like, it just works. Yeah. All right. So extracting the content. Oh yeah. Remember that future me problem? Well, yeah. We know we can't use computed styles, especially if it contains variables or counters. Can't select and copy paste the rendered text since Chromium can't do that. So how do we get the rendered evaluated text? You ever downloaded a website as a PDF? The evaluated text gets selectable. Can Puppeteer create a PDF from a website? Yes, it can. Can we somehow parse the PDF to get the text? Of course we can. So this library lets us parse any given PDF and extract its text. We're not doing any shenanigans with images or layouts and stuff. We only render out plain old HTML as an unparsed string. We can copy and paste that. And then last step, adjust the catch-all route. Boom. Demo time. So let's put it to the test. They're going to build out a basic calculator. Oh god. So it uses multiple features. It has to do a get and a post. It has to do some math. And it has to display the results. So does it work? Kind of looks like it does. Where's the link? We gotta test it. Yeah, so CSS is the userland code, just like JS is the userland code for Node, right? So that's the same point you were basically making there, Teeny, right? Think about it this way. Rust's first compiler wasn't written in Rust. Did it make it any less of its own language? No. And yeah, so last but not least, final meme before we're done. Hits go. Or sorry, let's go. Hits compile. Every fan in my computer begins screaming. Yeah. Just compile on a Raspberry Pi. No fans to deal with. Problem solved. 3 years later, and Chromium is still compiling. Pro tip, unplug all the fans and enjoy the silence. Enable power saver mode and enjoy your quiet, extra long coffee break. Oh, if a coworker notices, just feign ignorance. What? Who set my workstation to power save mode? Boom. Genius. Truly, programmers are minor gods. They even have a choir of angels singing as things are brought to creation from nothing. That's a good point. So their M1 MacBook compiles Emacs faster than their desktop with a 5600, and the fans don't even turn on. And that's a good point. So Apple gives you more silicon and then clocks it lower, making it far more power efficient, right? Do the same thing with other hardware, it just tends to be pushed to the max instead. Sure, that makes sense. One thing I've always found interesting or curious is most of like the different like chips within a lot of like Intel and AMD's like lines, their clock differences, right? Within like the same family and everything, their clock difference is actually just because that's as high as they could clock it, right? It's not like it's any different from the silicon in the faster chip. It's just there are minor imperfections in the silicon generated that keep it from being ramped up to the higher speed. So yeah, like it's pretty interesting. But what that means is sometimes from a run, what they've graded as a specific chip and what it's like rated to CPU clockwise could actually be pushed further if you get like one of the better chips from that run. Right? Because they don't check every single chip, they check like a few from the batch. So because of that, they'll rate the entire batch on what chip it should be. And then after that, well, yeah, maybe you got one of the lucky ones. Because they're trying to push out stability, not absolute performance for like the wafer that they cut. So they'll typically crank it down enough that there's like none of the chips that would fail within that like ranking. Was that it, one plane? I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. So one core came out dead from an entire run, and rather than scrap it, they were just like, screw it, we got three core chips now. You're welcome. Right? That's genius. Alright, so yeah. There's our news crawl. That is done. We're going to hop back into some Vexilla stuff. Alright, so that part we don't care about as much right now. Don't really care about that either. And the rest we can leave going. Oh, that's actually, hold on. This is a good tweet that I randomly, like, happened onto. Makes sense, Cohawk. Yeah, I'd totally believe that, for sure. It's usually, like, within, like, a run, they do it based on, like, the clock, but I could see it with cores, too. Yeah, I thought, like, it was mainly a clock thing, but yeah, you're probably right. All right, so the part we're leaving off on here. So we've got this feature flag. For the CPU stuff, yeah, it makes sense. And for people willing to overclock, like, they're getting value too, you know? So it's pretty cool. And that's our main config. I should probably be prettifying that config too. Especially, yeah, config.json should be fully readable. So that's one flaw we already have that I should fix pretty much immediately. And ooh, we got a type issue. And yeah, so this is where we went back to being a map, right? Yeah. All right, cool. So we got that fixed. Those are fine for now. Where's the part where we want this? That's our manifest. Here it is. Yeah, so we want that. Okay, so we're gonna reject this PR. Let's refresh this. Oh, gotta get the server back up. Oh, and that's where we're doing the client thing there. So let's go just get that running elsewhere. That's our test server. Wow, yeah. don't think I actually need the app up and running, but we might as well do it so that people can see it, right? So yeah, let's do that. Ah, shit. Went too far. What's up, Rashid? How you doing? Oh, I got a bunch. There's some tweet I did that has like a photo of the bin. I got a lot of beanies. Alright, so we go log in. Boom! No changes to publish. Oh, and that's something I want to do. When we hit that publish button, where is that? So that's over in status, right? Our whole like publish flow. Okay, so we pass that into there. We're doing the button there. When we get the modal open, where is that thing? All right, so this one right here. When we do that, that publish function gets defined right there, and publish modal itself is right there, and that's our publish function. That is getting passed into status, and then yeah, at the top level on the status is where we're doing that. That's right, that's right. All right, so then here we'd just do something like close. Now, do we have any toast library or notification in here that we should be using? Does Mantine have toast? It's the notification system. That's right. And I believe we can say where it shows up, right? Maybe not. Ooh, that's not bad, actually. Yeah, this one that, like, takes a bit. Ooh, I like that too. That's nifty. Dude, yeah, they put a lot of work into this. I'm pretty sure it's fine. All right, so we place it there, and then we import the lowercase notifications here. That's a weird uppercase versus lowercase thing. But we can do it. So some people are not as enthusiastic about the CSS as a backend as I was hoping. Someone's comment that I just saw the notification for. That's enough internet for today. So yeah, makes sense. Oh, did you not see that? I'm gonna hype up the tweet just cause. Retweets, etc. would be nice. Hold on. But yeah, if you haven't seen the article, it's genius. Genius. Now, it's just like a fun experiment. He even goes on to point out you should never do it in production, but it was, you know, right? I agree with this sentiment 1000%, right? The deep, abiding goal of every engineer is to take a thing and make it do a thing it wasn't supposed to do, right? And he goes on to say, imagine changing a tire with the Hubble telescope. Doesn't exactly work out, does it? Well, how awesome would it feel if you managed to do it, though? Hold on. Oh, did he retweet it? Oh no, he replied. That's what I thought. It just didn't show up. Sums up the... What's the word I'm looking for? The overall feeling of the art. The overall feeling. Sure. Yeah, gist was good. And hold on. What else is there? Oh, did I like it yet? I didn't. Shit. There we go. Yep. Some of these comments are good. Some of these are really good. Hold on. Do it. Whoa. Hold on. These are all really good shit. Do it. Do it. I don't know. I don't know what to reply to it. Hold on, wait. It's okay, I'm a collector. Damn right. Oh, that's the one I should have tweeted. Damn it. That should have been the reply to the other person. Ah, shit. Yeah, that's a good one. CSS as a backend, damn right. And he was never heard from again. There we go. It's good. You'll like it. Go ahead. It's like broccoli. You know, you hate it when you're a junior dev, but as you grow up, you know, you come to enjoy it. Oh, nice. Prime retweeted it too? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Prime. What is this from? That's gotta be from, like, Airplane or no, not Airplane, Hot Shots, right? That's gotta be from Hot Shots. No, I'm not saying you should do it, and the person in the article says you shouldn't either. But there's an image in the reply there. Right? You know, that's actually in the article too. Well, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not missing too much. Ooh, CSS in CSS? Oh, did he delete it? Aw, that was a good tweet. That was a really good tweet. Damn it. I really liked that one. Oh, here we go. Okay, there it is again. Maybe he just replied to the wrong thing. Yeah. I think he was replying to someone else by accident. He meant to do it to this one. Yep, they knew who I was trying to talk about. I know, right? It just keeps going. It's CSS all the way down. Got to like it. There we go. I'm proud of this one. Hold on. I should probably do it over on the other app now too. Right? That's the thing. See, this, I need a desktop app. Fucking Threads. This is bullshit. CSS, Mac, and... There we go. Let me just copy this URL. It was on our Reddit crawl back in the day. Wait, what? Oh, this is so cursed. What the? That... Okay. Discard. Never mind, I give up Threads. The editing experience is terrible. Don't make me use a fucking phone. I'll try it one more time, damn it. Here we go, this is the tweet. Now hiring full stack CSS developers. 10 years experience required. Boom. All right, cool. There's my first shit post on Threads. Nailed it. Edu, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, and hey, Martin, what's up? Oh, you removed it and put it back. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I just saw that. Sorry. I didn't actually realize you were over there. How you doing? Yeah, yeah, thanks for the reply. Yeah, I like the engagement. Thank you. How do you like my reply? Pretty good, right? Didev, thank you for the follow. All right, so back to what we're doing. And yeah, Martin, any issues over there? Like audio, anything I'm messing up that I just totally didn't even remember? It happens. Yeah, thank you. -2 to the collection. Well, yeah, technically my archives are really from like here to the left, and everything else over there is just like, I need it just in like working memory, but those are for like flipping. Those tabs are for flipping, the rest are for collecting. All right, let's do one of these. I'm gonna have to go check the mail later and see if my my ID came in. I'm almost out of whiskey. And it's not necessarily that I'm needing to drink a bunch today, but I do like to have some on hand just in case my my cluster headaches activate. Didev, that one seems fun. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a reaction to something. What were you asking? Oh, that one. Gotcha. Yeah. That's a good response. Yeah, 1 second. Sorry, Didev. We just want to prevent spammers and the odd troll that, you know, posts really inappropriate links pretending that they're legitimate. It's rare. We've had it happen, though. But yeah, that's a good one. I like that link. Feel free to repost it. No, you're good. Yeah, you're added to regulars now. You can totally do it. You know, I just got to be careful of, like, the drive-by spammers and some of that stuff. And if not, I'll repost it here in a sec, too. Sendrior, I think we just did that earlier when you tried to post a link, right? Maybe not. But yeah, 1 sec. Well, no, you weren't. Never mind. For some reason, I thought you've tried to post a link like in the past few days or so. Oh, and Martin, quality's good, both audio and video? Perfect. Thank you. No, I mean, I remembered wrong, didn't I? So, it's not perfect. But here's the thing, Sendrior. Memory is actually something you can practice, and the way to practice it is to use it. Just saying. Right? Force yourself to remember random things. Things like that. And I've also found that it's a matter of effort and how much you care about something, too. Nah, Sendrior, that has nothing to do with it. I used to snowboard 200 days a year. Do you really, really think I don't have the same problem? So, nah, that ain't it. Blaming that thing is definitely part of the problem. Not biggest thing is I come from a family where we were like, we're a family of movie quoters, right? Right? My parents have been doing things like missed it by that much for random things throughout my entire life. My parents have quoted the Bill Murray, like, Caddyshack quote before the internet even existed. You know, like, so I come from a family in which, like, you're encouraged to memorize things, you know. We used to play Trivial Pursuit, stuff like that. So, yeah, like, part of it is, I don't think it's genetic. I think it's mainly the upbringing. So, I got a bit of a leg up in that regard. All right, so let's continue down this path. Part we actually care about, yeah, we'll do the notifications thing. Gotta bring that in from Mantine notifications, and I might not even have that. I might have to install it like separately. I hope not. Looks like we're good. Yeah. Cool, so we do that. We could change where it goes. Oh, no, you're so close, Andrew. It's Dorama Sans. It's even better. Right? Look at it this way. Where's a place that I can show you the glory? Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? Have you ever seen a smoother, thick arrow in your life? Nope. It's only natural to feel threatened by the smoothness of the thick arrow. Thick arrow envy is nothing to be ashamed about. Happens to lots of guys. It's a fun bit. That's all. Yeah, envious. I mean, jealous too. It works. But yeah, so Vexilla usable with Nest.js, absolutely send reor. The key is, for something like a server, you absolutely want to set up like a recurring fetch of your flags. Every 5 minutes is usually fine. And if you're doing that hosting of your JSON file on something like S3, it'll cost you like a penny a month, something like that, to fetch every 5 minutes, which is fine. Right, you could probably even work in some cache type stuff to reduce those costs even more, because if you can do a head request just checking to see if the values have changed, then could be cheaper. I get that send reor, but just remember, even a VPS has bandwidth concerns, but your $6 VPS is probably fine. One thing I want to point out though, send reor, is you want to keep your feature flags separate from your server. Which is why you probably want to opt for some type of, block storage or static file hosting. Right? Because the goal of this is they need to be available everywhere. So S3 is an option. You could also do Cloudflare and their block storage. There's all sorts of places you could put it. Right now, the current version of Vexilla is only set up to work with AWS and S3. My main goal is to actually make it Git-Native so that you can wire up proper checks and balances and tracking of when things change, and you can use Git to then publish to whatever host you want to do it with, right? I could even set up a raw SFTP host if you want, kind of stuff. So my middle layer right? The CI/CD step, that will eventually support more than just S3. But for now, we got other things we want to do. We got to make the app actually work for our flow to GitHub first before we can actually start handling the GitHub part, or like the Git to your host part. In the meantime, you can just copy and paste the JSON file to your host, wherever that is. But I would say Vexilla is probably not ready for you yet. Yeah, so send reorg. Gradual rollout is absolutely one of the goals. No, we already had that. Totally. So this is a working gradual. Gradual just simply means we're going to select 40% of our users in... so hold on. This one's weird. I have to like re-click gradual. There we go. All right, so threshold here is then... Oh, we got a major bug here, man. All right, so that works now. So this one's going to be at 0.11. In dev, it's going to be at 40%. Oh, no. In dev, we want it 100%. Cool. Staging, we'll do... Hold on. I got to remember what environment we're in for my test real quick. But yeah, we totally do have gradual rollout. Let me just double check in my client. And yeah, I'll explain that in a second there, Andrew. I'll go into the spiel about feature flags, etc., especially for anyone watching from YouTube, etc. But first, let me just double check this and get the config and basically just talk through what we were getting at. So dev is the one that I care about. Cool. So dev actually needs to be the 11 and the 40, right? And if I just set that to 40%, cool. So for my tests, we expect in the dev environment for 40% of our users to get this value. And the test that we are setting this up for is the test that I have for my gradual rollout hashing algorithm. So the user ID or string that you pass me should be over enough users and even distribution. I think it gets unstable around like anything less than 100. I forget the exact cutoff. I'll have to measure that because we need that as part of our docs. But the main gist is 40% of our users, boom. Now, if I want to go and look at the non-working gradual, well then, yeah, it's the same thing, 40% of users, but I'm just setting a different seed value. So now, the user that I have for my test is not going to be able to get this one because they're in the 60% here that doesn't get it. So gradual rollout, totally a thing. We even have scheduling too. So if you'd like to schedule when this feature is available and on, you can do that as well. Now, when would you want to schedule a gradual rollout? That's a little trickier. I haven't necessarily locked down the use case for it yet, but scheduling like a toggle makes a lot of sense. Imagine a toggle just for the theme in your mobile app, right? Oh, hey, it's some holiday, just, play Jingle Bells when they open up the app or something, right? Hey, something like that. So it kind of makes sense. So I like the idea of scheduling. I know less about it during when you'd want to do a gradual, but at a job I had previously, not the one I have now, we could have massively benefited from a scheduled rollout of changing a value that we used to determine if a user was something that we wanted to issue a policy for, because it was insurance, right? Would have been entirely amazingly useful if we didn't have to do any deploys and we just had feature flags doing this for us. If they still don't have feature flags going for that, they are blowing it. I hope anyone I know that might still work there, might be listening. Y'all need feature flags. And a null pointer, how you doing? So yeah, Andrew, what is the purpose of this and what does it do? You just started learning Node.js. Okay, so The main idea is deployment can take time, right? So when you push a change to your team's repo, right? There's a process for that change to make it to production. For a side project, for your own personal stuff, probably not. For some startups, it's probably real quick. But for most teams doing significant software dev, there is a process to follow that you can't get around for making sure the right code makes it to production. And that involves making a PR to your dev branch or whatever. That dev branch needs to then be approved and then tested and validated. And then it'll move up to staging, in which it gets tested and validated with staging values, like environment variables, etc., different databases, different like fixtures and data sets. And then eventually it'll go up to production, and then still someone in QA probably wants to double check that thing in production. All of those processes are usually a PR step, because you don't want someone merging into staging willy-nilly, right? Sometimes you don't want to ship every service to staging yet, or every like PR that got merged into dev yet, right? So there's like major reasons why this staged approach is important, why you have to review it every time. In this modern era of remote work, when you reach out to have someone review a PR, it's easily up to a half hour before they might even see that message. Easily. And in the real world, maybe they went to lunch. You don't know, right? So, bam. If you're introducing anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes of waiting for someone to review stuff 3 times, and that means you also have to wait on your build process within CI/CD, that can easily be 20 minutes. That entire thing ends up being an hour and a half minimum. Minimum. Just to have a very simple change. It could even be just like some copy on the marketing page. Getting that up to production is a process. And if you have something you want up there quick, then you're an hour and a half away from it getting there. So instead, the key is you have feature flags that are remote, they're not part of your main repo. And in your main app or repo, it is just fetching these feature flags on some interval, right? For maybe your front end, maybe all you need to do is just let them fetch based on when the app loaded. You don't even need to do a recurring fetch. That's less useful, but still, for some things, totally fine, right? But the gist is, it has to be runtime, because 5-minute lag, or technically if you're fetching every 5 minutes on your front end and your back end, there's up to 9 minutes and 59 seconds of possible lag time between the two, just due to you have to add those together in worst case scenario. You're looking at 10 minutes basically. Even then, 10 minutes is almost like an order of magnitude faster than most deploy processes. So if you want to change something fast, feature flags are the only way to do it. Now, keep in mind, there's also the idea of, well, what if I want to roll this out to just 10% of our users so we don't break everybody's experience from the start? Yeah, feature flags can do that too, based upon a hashing algorithm of some value that you pass it. Right? Or maybe you're using some service that just looks at the raw value and you have it in some list. There's all sorts of ways to do it. I have the hashing algorithm-based approach, and it works. But then also think about this. Well, when you're doing a gradual rollout, you kind of need to measure stuff. And once you start realizing that measurement becomes important, especially even for just a toggle, all of these flags are really just a building block for a thing called A/B testing, which is measuring the result of these experiments or flags and making sure that you're delivering on the values that you set forth with the thing, right? If your idea for a feature flag or for a gradual rollout is to increase conversions on your checkout page, and all it does is change some copy, that's fine. You need to measure the result of whether you actually increased or decreased conversions. And then you also probably want to somehow associate that with the user of, well, yeah, maybe you converted them, but you're actually getting more churn in your app because you're actually misleading people, right? Or you're getting more refunds because of it, or all sorts of stuff. So A/B testing is not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of making sure you're doing it right. Feature flags, though, are still the building block to A/B testing. So Cohawk is also talking about mobile apps, in which a mobile app could take a week to get deployed easily. because you're going to submit it to Apple, Apple's going to review it, and they might come back and say you got to change something. And then you got to change it and submit it again, and then they got to review it, and then they come back and say you got to change something. Every time you submit to Apple, you should assume you're not going to hear back till tomorrow, right? So that's instantly like a day of lag. So for mobile apps, like you also have to then make sure the user downloads the update and all that stuff. It gets real heavy. And real quick, I got to interrupt this. User and Mr. Sir, how you doing? That was so fun the other day, man. I really appreciate you. Yeah, I really appreciate you. Now, keep in mind, the whole, like, 2,700 number, during the last, like, 15 minutes, I told people that I would match their donation as well, and Care was matching those donations. So during the last 15 minutes, we really ramped up the number because, like, it was basically quadruple whatever someone, like, donated. And I think I even messed up and did an extra 100 at one point. I'm okay with it. Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, it was cool. It was good. Nah, it was awesome. Yeah, it was. I've never done a charity stream, so it was really cool to like just. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to make sure we do it for the right occasions, etc. But I got nothing against doing another at some point. Yeah. I hope it really does like do some value. I did research Care like ahead of time, and it seemed like they actually do like a lot of good work, because that's one of the things you got to worry about with charities, like how much of their money is spent on fundraising versus actually doing the good that they say they do. And some charities spend more in fundraising than they do on the service, right? So yeah, I looked it up and Care seems good, but again, cursory effort to look it up. I'm not positive. But yeah, no worries, Cancer, for sure. I mean, it's almost like, we know you guys. We've had a bunch of people in the community just from Turkey as well. I didn't realize it was such a big thing until more and more people started mentioning it. So it's almost like it hits a little close to home. So it shouldn't need to be something like that, but it made it like extra more like, yeah, there's like an extra reason to do so. So yeah. You guys take at least half the blame and credit, technically. And yeah, Userin, I'm down to do another collab stream anytime. Yeah, if we should probably develop a better plan. I don't mind. Like, you can come on anytime you want. But, if you would not want to, like, waste your time or whatever, or feel like you're just sitting there, if we have a plan for something to develop, concurrently, just let me know. How about this? Have you ever done a Tory app? We had an idea earlier today for a Tory app that I think would be actually really cool. Right, so think of it as like a visualizer generator, but it's more like think like Winamp back in the day. A user would download a Tory app, and then you would upload your MP3 file to it, basically, and it would generate one of those like waveform, like visualizers. But could we create a timeline in which we could toggle between visualizers at certain parts? Could we maybe even, like change the colors based upon like the mood of the song? Like all sorts of stuff could be done, and maybe even add like Premiere style like filters, like blur it and like do some of that stuff. That'd be kind of really cool, right? But it doesn't have to be as robust as like a pure like non-linear editor, right? We get just one track to work with, but then we start adding like the transitions and the effects at certain moments, right? So it's more just like there's a single track to modify, but we still have to work on keyframing it and modifying things and tweening between keyframes, and I don't know, it'd be kind of fun. That's like the one we came up with today. Oh, no, so DiDev, I wasn't even thinking like machine learning or AI. I was thinking purely like a person would do it, because then it's just so much easier. But it's still like musicians, all they would have to do is upload a thing, drag a bunch of stuff around and click. Like it would be to make a tool that musicians could use, not just programmers, right? Not just people that know how to edit. So I think that would be cool. Using it in streams as an effect, that's where it's trickier, right? So you could use a visualizer on stream, and it could do some stuff, but as far as like real-time changing things, like automatically, that would be tougher. If you wanted to do it via like Stream Deck buttons, that makes a lot of sense, right? But I'm thinking we can do the naive approach first before we even try and do some automatic thing, right? Instead, some musician could just create a music video for their song rather than just a bunch of like, you know, images, like a slideshow, which is how a lot of musicians have done that in the past. Or it's just a single static image, you know? Maybe some way of eventually like letting the user add an image and then we like automate like filters to that in some way using the waveform. That could be cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think the real-time thing is outside of scope until we do the MVP of just like user configurable. Because then there's no servers involved. There's no like, you know, like overhead of it running on someone's machine, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. I think that'd be a fun little side project. Right? And we could leverage people from the community. Because it's Tori, there would be some Rust code to do if people want to do that. You know, like from both our communities. There would be front-end code to like show the visualizers and all that stuff. Right? There'd be the interaction of the timeline. I don't know. I think the biggest part would be starting to like, we'd end up just being managers for it at some point if we got enough people contributing. But that'd probably be fine. Just like parcel out like the tasks and code review and just, you know, that would be our stream content. I don't know. Just a random thought. Had it earlier today because someone posted like an $8 a month service for when you post your music to Twitter or whatever. I'm not paying $8 for that. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's still a cool idea. Anyone's welcome to take it and steal it and run with it. I don't mind. But I think it would be a fun like collaboration project too. I'm pretty good. I've got like the shoulders going a bit, but for the most part, my posture is pretty solid. My butt's always to the back of the seat. Right? When I do like this lean as I'm like chatting, that's not great, but my lower back is still locked in. But thank you. For the most part, you don't even have to like say posture check because if I'm leaning forward, I'm slightly out of focus, right? So that's the fix. The key is going to be someone's going to say, "Hey, Chris, you're blurry." I'm going to be like, "No, I'm not." Right? Totally. All right, so did I cover enough about what feature flags are, Andrew? I just want to make sure. Sendrior, did I cover the gradual rollout thing as well? Okay, cool. No worries. Yeah. Enjoy the food? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, thank you for chilling. We can start planning out this project at some point. Oh, no, I get you. That's the way it should be. Yeah, thinking takes a lot out of you. Yep, yeah, cheers, user, and thank you for the raid. We did the shout-outs and all that, right? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. And yeah, anyone out there on YouTube, y'all got any questions about feature flags, etc.? If not, no worries. Before I start digging back into this test that we got. Oh, and yeah, so not quite the test. We wanted to finish out our notification thing, which would be notifications from Mantine notifications. Alright, so the part we needed is just at the end here, we do notifications dot something. Oh, and hold on, what are the props? Oh. Message. And yeah, everyone else from user in stream, what's up? Anything fun going on? Let's do one of these. Actually, did I finish it yet? We did. Yeah. Delivered your feature last week? Nice. Anything you can say about it? No worries if not. But yeah, launching a feature feels great. I've got a couple things hanging at work. I'm actually implementing feature flags at work right now too. We're using Vexilla, which is awesome. We're on version 1 right now. I'm looking forward to upgrading to version 2. Oh man, some really good comments here. Event task creation for agents. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're seeing some really good fun comments over on the backend CSS thing. For everyone joining from user in stream, not sure if you saw the meme yet. But do not try this at home. But yes, it is CSS as the backend. Cascading server sheets. Brilliant, right? So yeah, we can all become full stack CSS developers. Did I develop something like this? I don't think so. But yeah, what are you thinking of? Oh, yeah, that's right. No, you get, oh, you're totally right. That was for the, oh, that's a YouTube video I need to make still. Yeah, good call. Yeah, so basically, instead of using the URL and query parameters to transfer data into, like a browser source, right? You can do it as CSS variables. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot about that. That's a blog post waiting. YouTube content, whatever. Let me just double check. Oh yeah? Nice. Yeah, I don't think I have it in here. Okay. Oh, thanks, Profits. I just cut my hair once a year. Like, I've been doing this forever. Yeah, I've been cutting my own hair since I was like 18. I just don't give a shit. Maybe even before then. Just a once a year, sometimes twice a year, right? I think it's technically every like 10 months. But yeah, so let's annotate this video, because this is going to be a good one. Right, so the idea is... All right, so CSS as a data storage mechanism, especially useful for OBS browser source configuration. And yeah, hold on. One of the comments that made me laugh out loud was, can't wait for the next front-end master's course for the CSS and for the back-end CSS thing. My work queue? This is just my ideas board. I wouldn't call it a work queue because nothing's actually in the queue yet. This is just where they get added and then I sort and filter. This is like the backlog. This is my entire backlog. Nothing's in the queue until I'm working on it. I eventually like sort and filter. Wait, what was what topic? Are you talking about the CSS thing? Hold on, let's fine tune this baby. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it's this blog post right here. So treating CSS as a backend. Right? Could you make CSS render HTML? Now, technically, it uses JavaScript to glue things together, but most languages use some other thing to build them, right? You know, just like how we have back-end tooling written in Rust that is still building JavaScript applications, such as SWC, etc., right? Same idea. Your builder, right, the glue tool, the thing that makes your userland language work, doesn't have to be written in your userland language. Even the first Rust compiler wasn't written in Rust. So yeah, it's mainly a bunch of like JavaScript, TypeScript code, but it still goes through like some of the pain points of how do you actually get data to render via variables, etc. from CSS. It's pretty cool. And this is the whole mentality of the thing. It's not something you should actually do. But doesn't everyone kind of like love this idea? The deep abiding goal of every engineer is to take a thing and make it do a thing it wasn't supposed to do. Yeah, totally. And the line he follows it up with is amazing. Imagine changing a tire with the Hubble telescope. Doesn't exactly work out, does it? Well, how awesome would it feel if you managed to do it, though? So yeah, I love that bit. Oh man, yeah, everyone's awesome. I appreciate all the replies. So yeah, it's a cool article. I highly recommend people read it. I just want to see this happen now. So we go to publish. We've made some changes. We accept all of them. We go to publish those changes. We need some, yeah, I got to fix some spacing there. Shit. And then PR created down in the bottom. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah, I'm okay with that. We didn't close this thing, though. Wah. It's still within the same component. Huh. So that's all fine. Hold on. It is warm in this room. I feel like my AC is dying. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. I think every once in a while my AC gets into a point where it's like something's like clogged up and it makes extra noise. And I think that actually ends up making it less efficient too. So yeah, I had to fix the make. But it's hot outside. Like, holy shit, man. I hate the summer. Opinion on microservices? I think there are plenty of cases where they work. It's when you treat it like too dogmatically that you have an issue. I would consider a microservices approach to still involve maybe a monolith at some point, and that's fine, right? But you use a microservice for the things that don't need to be inside the monolith. Right? Like, that totally makes sense to me. I think in many cases, though, when you're opting for microservices, you might consider if you could get away with serverless instead. Some things it works, some things it doesn't, but still worth considering. It's when people are, no, we don't do serverless, no, we don't do a monolith, we only do microservices. Yeah, okay. That type of dogmatic approach to programming typically never works. But again, I'm leaving room for it to possibly work because, again, I'm not trying to be dogmatic about it. Right? Typically. Oh, so someone replied, Chris uses CSS on the server. Also, Chris doesn't use CSS in the browser. My reply to that, I'm just waiting for TSCs to be more stable. Tailwind server components, obviously. You've written 9 microservices in the last 6 months at your current job, and you have to consider if they're worth it. So I think the key, though, is, like, who is maintaining them? You know, and in some cases, could that service be written in another language that does the thing better? I like the idea of it being more like solve the problem with the right tool, because it means, yeah, use Java or whatever for anything you want, but man, for some language, and I don't know which ones, but for some language, wouldn't it make sense to use like the best library for working with video or whatever, right? The one with the best FFmpeg bindings or something? Sure, maybe. I don't know, man. Right? So I get a microservice in some cases. Hey, we wrote our entire backend in Haskell, but there's no libraries written to interface with FFmpeg. We could call out, you know, to the command line or whatever, basically, but then that also introduces its own headaches. You know, so I don't know. I think there's something to microservices for certain things, Bosch, but when overused, it becomes a headache. Because then, oh yeah, anyone can use any language they want for their microservice. That means you're potentially dealing with 9 different languages for those 9 microservices. That's not ideal, right? It almost sounds like someone picked their favorite tool rather than the one for the job. Right, so I get you. Yeah, I get you, Bosch. I think to consider that these decisions are in a vacuum is wrong. There's usually other stuff besides just the technical constraints, and that's because people are inherently emotional, right? So someone really, really wanted to pad their resume with developing a Rust microservice for blah, right? Invoicing or something, right? For sure, right? That is resume-driven development right there. It's fine. If, as an organization, you recognize that, and it's about building up your developers, well, then maybe that's actually a bonus. That's a benefit, right? We're here to make your career what you want it to be, blah, 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 right? And at that point, if you're at a company that does such a thing, do you actually want to leave? Probably not, unless you just want more money. But money only does so much. And at a company that really cares about leveling up their developers in any way they want, well, that's actually a major reason for the developers to stay with them, even though they're given the opportunity to learn things to go elsewhere. So I think there may even be some like political and like fuzzy things to the idea of microservices too. Exactly. Yeah, for sure, Bosch. Yeah, totally. But at the same time, right, like, you're looking right now, you're at a company that encourages you to be productive with tools that you like, right? Because of that, it's actually really interesting. Like, you're unlikely to find a company that cool. Yeah, we want to do a whole bunch with microservices, but you get on the job and you're going to be stuck porting a monolith, you know? Every time, right? They want microservices, but they're a monolith right now. So if you're already at a place that is invested in doing microservices, that's a major bonus compared to the process you've already like trudged through. So it depends. Just saying. Grass is always greener, but recognize any place hiring for microservices that isn't already whole hog microservices, or at least in some significant capacity, yeah, you're going to be dealing with actually monolith code most of the time. Exactly. They're hiring for microservices because you got the experience with it. But it means that most of your time is actually going to be spent dealing with the monolith that they have, right? So that's part of the problem. You're already at a place that isn't necessarily as, like, beholden to their old tech as other places might be. So I don't know, just pointing it out there, Bosch. You look for that perfect opportunity, but you already have like that grass is always greener kind of thing. Exactly, Bosch. That's the whole point. That's exactly the point. You don't want to go and do that again. You're already at a company in which you've done that, gone through the headache, and now you don't want to deal with the fruits of your labor? The only reason I'd do that is for a massively better company with whatever metric you care about, salary, benefits, work-life balance, whatever. Otherwise, it's diminishing returns because you're going to be dealing with the thing that you already dislike about this one, right? Which is basically the fact that you had to deal with migrating a monolith, you know? So yeah, just throwing it out there, just saying. Only you can make the right decision for yourself. So there you go. Yeah, better work-life balance. That's a huge reason. And if you can work for a company that has a monolith that needs to migrate, but they have an amazing work-life balance with a comparable salary, that's probably a win, even if you have to slog through the same process again. At some point, you're going to become the expert of slogging through that process, and you might even be able to fetch big bucks doing it as a contractor. And then that's the perfect work-life balance. They can't even force you into the office. So, just a thought, you know, do whatever you want. I've thought about these things a bit, and I haven't necessarily spoken enough about, like, monolith versus microservices and, you know, all that bullshit. So hold on, I did miss some questions. Let me dial into those real quick. Sorry for the person that asked. So yeah, send reorg, did that help? Balut. Yeah, I've heard of Uno. I just haven't had a chance to use it yet. I typically don't like doing, like, even Tailwind from scratch. I'd rather have a library that I can glue together with, like, components that work with the framework I'm using, and then I just use, like, either Tailwind or Uno or whatever to, like decorate what's already there, right? I use Tailwind or CSS or whatever to modify the component library I'm taking in, not to make my own component library. Nah, I'm good. So yeah, Uno CSS solves the CSS problem, sure. I still need a component library. Sorry. So at that point, Tailwind versus Uno, it's filling in the blanks for me rather than being my whole thing. And at that point, is it even worth, like, switching? Probably not. But if you're using Uno and you're using it, like, is there a point to switching to Tailwind if you do it the same way I do? Probably not, right? Because you're going to get a diminishing return between either one. They're both good enough that you just pick one and move on. To me, it's more about what components are built for the component library. That's my biggest concern, and Mantine checks most of the boxes. I hate the way they do the modals, though. Like, oh man, I really hate their modal manager and the way, like, data from outside a modal isn't actually reactive inside of it. There are plenty of libraries that do that, right? Oh, and I forgot to thumbs up this. There we go. So yeah, I don't know. So far, Mantine checks most of the boxes I need for a component library in React, so I'm still not even really looking outside that. I've used Chakra a little bit. I've used some other things too. They're fine. But again, like, diminishing returns. You need the checkboxes of your bare minimums, and then everything else after that is kind of like a nice to have. And building around nice to haves is usually not ideal. Daisy does seem cool. I did feel like I was still doing a lot of my own, like, glue work with Daisy. And there just wasn't as many, like, plugins. Like, or not plugins, sorry, components. Like, if you look at the list for Mantine, it goes deep. Like, real deep. The form stuff, the core. Like, dude, It's pretty tough. Pretty tough to compete with. There are things that do it, but I don't think Daisy's there yet. I think Chakra is close. I think some of the other like larger design systems are close, right? Prime Faces, etc. But yeah, I don't think Daisy is there yet. I'm not saying they won't be. I'm not saying ignore Daisy. I'm saying give it a shot, try it, and if it checks the boxes you need, then you're good. But it typically misses at least one box for me. And I forget what it was for this case, but, you know, is what it is. And yeah, how's everyone doing? What are you up to? You chilling? Having a good Thursday? I am. Except for the fact that after this, I'm officially out of whiskey. It's not ideal. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. I don't think I'm going to be getting a cluster headache anytime soon, so I don't need any on hand. I would just like some on hand. And I can't even go out and get more whiskey until my new driver's license arrives. Which sucks. I could pull a really shady maneuver and just go from, like, store to store, hoping they don't check the expiration date. Because I will get carded. But the key is, did they check the expiration? So yeah, I did the I'm waiting for TSCs to be more stable, Tailwind server components. Please no. Do not put that out there. For the random dev who considers this, do not do it. This madness must stop. Alright. I think it's a good idea. Whatever. That's a good tweet. I think the Primogen tag probably did more than, like, it would have, like, without it. And Primogen retweeting it and everything. But still, like, this is a powerful tweet. I'm really proud of it. I'm happy I got to share CSS as a backend with all y'all. Most of y'all, or not most of y'all, a bunch of people have seen it when I discovered it last year. Let me put it this way. The reason I remember and know about it is because switch to this tab. Yeah, it's way back there. So if you thought I was kidding about the archive, nah, right? The best tabs go into the archive here. I'm a collector. Ah, no worries, Cancerin. Yeah, go walk those dogs. Maybe even the cats. Yeah, no worries. Cheers. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Oh, hold on, let me... There we go. All right, so we'll leave that one. I got the collection. So we got a couple bugs. I don't know why that modal is not closing, though. That's kind of a problem, man. Oh. Wait. How is that not working? If I just do that at the start of the publish, will that work? Oh, and hold on. Maybe we didn't refresh? No. We had that before that. Okay, what? I don't know what this issue is. Oh, wrong button. Ooh. If we are rejecting all, we probably don't want to allow the user to publish either. So we gotta fix that, right? Our publish changes button here should be blocked if we are rejecting all, because rejecting all... I think I discovered something about the UI, or like the user flow through the app. Basically, when we click publish there, we've got our own local changes. Yeah. Wait, and how is this 8 of 7? So that logic didn't reset either when we canceled or closed. Ah, we got some cursed bugs for this right now. All right, let me go use the restroom. I'm about to break that seal. The main gist is our state is not being reset when we reload this. Oh. No, it is. How did we even get that to an 8? I can't even actually get there. Oh, if I click one? No? How did we get an 8 right there? All right, let me go use the restroom. This is a cursed bug. So yeah, I'll be right back. See you in a sec. So I'm back. Hey, Jather. It has been a year. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, crazy. No worries, Jather. Totally worth it. All right, so we got some UI fixes to make. Oh, and now we're seeing the gap right there like we should. Depends on what you mean, Senrior, right? Are the items only something that user can modify? Or are the items something someone else could modify? I mean, you can have multiple admin though, right? So yeah, I think it depends. Is the data likely to change? Yes, then maybe refetch. Yeah, I mean, there's no 100% always solution, right? You have to like really weigh the concerns yourself and think about, well, can someone else change it? How often is it expected to change? Things like that. And I think one way to really break down that question and problem is the data cacheable, right? And I don't necessarily mean at like the user level. I mean actually like at the database level. Right? So think about it this way. Could someone modify your list of items, and if refetching it doesn't even really trigger like a lot of overhead on your server because it was cached by the database engine, what is the cost of refetching it? For the user, nothing. Like, they don't give a shit. Extra data over the wire, that's fine. It's an admin interface. That's what they're expecting. Right? So, I don't know. There's like a choice to be made of at what level are you able to cache the data. So clear off, there's actually a middle ground for that. And it's called an optimistic update. So your optimistic update will actually put it into the list client side, and then like it does it before the request is even resolved. So you make a post request to your back end, you throw it into the user's front end in that list, and then as it's pushed through, if you get an error, well, you just remove it from the list. If it's successful, it's in the list now, but maybe you trigger a fetch to like update that list. But all of it happens without the user actually even noticing, for the most part. So optimistic updates, they're all over the place. You even deal with them here on Twitch. When you type in a chat message, there's no guarantee that we saw it. You might see it in your chat, but if you don't see it in the chat overlay, other people probably didn't get it because it's an optimistic update on your end. So you have to think about what that user experience is like, right? Is it better or worse? You know, things like that. And hey, Juicebox, how you doing? That's a quick turnaround. Exactly, Sendrior. Yes. Oh, Kinslayer quoting hackers. Nailed it. How was the advent of code stuff? Are you still beating GPT? And Jice, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said that right. Let me know. Oh, wait, did I? Damn it! Ah. Is there really someone here named Jice? Okay, dismiss. My bad. I can type. I was like, who the fuck is Jice? Yeah, no, that was on my end. Yeah, I can type. Yeah, sorry, Juicebox. I gotta wait for that one to expire. I don't know who the fuck Jice is, but yeah, you're welcome. I gotta wait a minute. Exactly. Ooh, GPT's code was so broken it was unfixable. I mean, kind of unfixable, right? Like, without just gutting the entire thing and doing it yourself anyway, right? Interesting. So what was the problem today? Like, which AOC? And I feel like this is super early for you to be finishing. But no, you ended similarly yesterday. How are the runs going? Are you practicing good form? Because that's actually one of the biggest things, right? I walk on a trail by my house here, and I see these people that, like, drag their feet while they're jogging, and, like, just, like, I don't know, it looks like they're ruining their joints as they do it, and they don't even realize it. Like, just really bad form with, like, super duck-footed, and, like their knees are, like, bowed inward when they do it. Like, ugh. You have a pronated stance? And pronate, is that, like, the duck stance? I think most people have a slightly duck stance in some way. I definitely have a slightly duck stance from snowboarding for as long as I did. But, like, that's why, like, most snowboard stances are somewhat, like, pronated as well, right? I'm regular, but I can ride switch. Like, there's some tricks I can only do switch. But yeah, my stance is, like, fully, no, Juicebox, that's not what he was saying. I think we all look a little goofy when running. That's the whole point. It's okay. But yeah, for snowboarding, yeah, I think I'm at, like, an even 15-15 now. I used to be, like, 18-12. Like, slightly directional, and I'm at, like, an even 15-15 now. I've narrowed my stance over the years. I used to, you know, back in the day, the wide stance was just, like, the style, I guess. And nowadays I'm at, like 22 and a quarter, 22 and a half. Gotta run? Like, literally, you gotta go run, right? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Juicebox. Appreciate you. And yeah, Bosch, I am a snowboarder. Yeah. So yeah, what I was getting at, though, I totally have some tricks I can only do switch. Like, I got some, like hucks I can do, like, half cab wise that are gnarly. Like, I've definitely done, like, a switch board slide 450 out. I can't do that trick regular. Like, you know, like regular board slide and then 450 out. I can't do that. So yeah, switch or, like, cab, like, tail slide 450 is a trick I can do. 270 in, 450 out is only a trick I can do switch. I can do, like, 270 in, 270 out, like, regular, but yeah, I can't do the 450, like, switch. So yeah, it's weird. One of those things. Ooh, here's another one. I can do a cab 9, like, off a jump, but I can't spin, like, I'm really bad at backside 7s. which is strange because a cab spin is basically a 180 to a backside 7. But when I spin backside, I tend to like look under my shoulder, which means I go inverted immediately. And when I spin cab, I look over my shoulder, which means I stay flat. So yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, cab spins, I can keep them flat and I can do some, like, you know, I can do a rotation that it's like the same rotation with an extra 180 that I just can't do regular. So it's weird. Whereas, here's a big difference. Regular front side off the heels, I go corked every time because it's safer. And that actually feels a lot like a switch backside spin, which is interesting. Now, I don't do switch backside in the park. I'll only do that in PAL because I go inverted and I never come back. Right? Like, huh, and then I'm just upside down. Like, yeah, that's not gonna work. So yeah, there's certain tricks I only do in the powder as well. $45? You did that? Like, really, Cotter? Unless you have, like, specific, like, posture and stance and knee issues, that's actually not recommended. Especially that amount of, like, separation. It's bad for your hips. But it also, like, puts undue stress on your knees. You most likely did that because you have the instinct of wanting to go, like, forward, right? So you have flat feet and overpronation. I get that, but, like, overpronation? Like, are you really that far separated? Like, that right there is, like, dude. Okay. So most people are slightly pronated, but holy shit, dude. Yeah. And no offense, not trying to make you feel bad about it. Yeah, no offense. When we were at TwitchCon, I didn't even look at your feet. I didn't even notice. For everyone joining from the raid, if you haven't seen my banger of a tweet, if you haven't seen this banger of a tweet yet, we could all be full stack CSS developers with enough effort. CSS as the back end. Oh yeah. Cascading server components. So anyone that thought they were going to be going to sleep after this, enjoy the nightmares. So yeah, everyone out there joining from the raid, what you up to on this fine Thursday? Anything fun? Anything cool? We're gonna be hacking into this code. I don't understand why my modal doesn't want to close, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. But no, we gotta figure that out, but it's not even the task that I need to do right now, which is even worse. I do need to go, like, delete. Yeah, I need to go delete all these PRs. All right, let's delete all of them. And yeah, it's fine, Goddard, right? Some people don't need to use CSS. It's that easy. Oh, and hold on, someone asked about the milk thing. I don't even know how the milk thing even started. I have no idea. But people just like drinking milk. That's fine. I get it. Only problem I had with the whole milk thing was like gatekeeping the type of milk. Like people saying, "Oh, oat milk's not real milk." I don't care. Almond milk's not real milk. 2%'s not real milk. Like, dude. When people say it's a joke, bro, it has very strong, like, it's just a prank vibes. Right? Yeah, you know it's a joke. Does any random passerby? No. Right? And it's just as bad as gatekeeping PHP or JavaScript or whatever, right? Like, sure, you do it for a meme, but there are people out there that feel bad because people are memeing the language they work with every day. Right? If you don't understand that or know that, you are willfully ignorant of it. Right? So at the end of the day, memes and jokes still have consequences. And if you're not an actual comedian, like seriously, like you do it for a living, you go do stand-up, you're not the person to push the envelope, okay? Leave that shit to professionals. If your memeing or joke is easily misconstrued, wasn't a good joke to begin with. Now again, the milk thing, I don't give a shit. It's only when people start gatekeeping the type of milk. Gross. Right, do you think there's not a single person out there who's lactose intolerant that didn't feel bad because the milk they have to drink is being shat on by people they look up to? Do you really think that didn't happen? I will bet money there's someone out there that felt like less of a human being because they can't drink the milk that, you know, people are memeing about. That's my whole point. We gatekeep the gatekeepers. That's the goal. So anyway, welcome to my TED Talk. Here's the worst part. I saw someone unfollow me. What was it? Not yesterday, but the day before. Because they were defending it's just a joke, bro type mentality. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so let's actually dig into this now. We're going to ignore the issues we have with our modal at the moment. That's a problem for future me. Current me wants to make sure that we're doing our tests right. So, should gradual but couldn't, right? That is most likely still failing. Yep. Now, what about that test is actually failing, though? That's fine, Wizard, but I don't know. It's a weird thing to feel anxiety about. It's not your problem. The most powerful camouflage known to man is the someone else's problem field. People are very keen to ignore things that just aren't their problem. All right, so the flags we're fetching. Let's make sure we're actually getting there, right? Hey, Ben, thank you for the follow. Oh, you like that? Yeah. There you go, Wizard. That's kind of what I thought. That's what I assumed. All right, yeah. I really like this tweet. I think there's some good discourse in there. But I think I actually need to JSON stringify this. Thing we're stringifying is flags, null, 2 space. So yeah, just in case there's people out there that don't know, in JavaScript, when you get to a point where you're trying to log something to the command line and you start seeing object on the object that you tried to log, yeah, you can actually just stringify it. And the null and the 2 actually give it like formatting and indentation, which is kind of really cool. But some people don't know about the null as the second argument there and don't realize that this third argument is how you want to indent it. So you can do 4, you can do 8, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. It's not my code. Like, you know, this is my code, but your code isn't my code. Sure, why not? You know what I'm really sad about? I'm out of whiskey. What am I using for a console? So this is called CRT. Keep in mind, it's just done for like the fun of it. Because it's not a great terminal. It doesn't have tabbing. When you start doing like up and down stuff to get previous things, like it'll start adding random characters. I think the main one is if I do PNPM and then up, right? Press up a bunch and then down. No? I don't remember the case in which it failed, but yeah, there's like a major like case in which the stuff it shows on the bottom row there is not what you typed. So that's fun. Right, so there it is. Right? Get ASTA? That didn't happen. Get a push origin main. When the moon hits your eye like a pizza pie? Oh, the swallowing of errors, that was iTerm. Yeah, that one was weird. I don't even know why the errors were getting swallowed. I don't think I've ever solved that one even. So yeah, that one scares me. That one gives me nightmares. If we start seeing that one again, I'll just get a new Mac Mini. Get the push. Right? Like, yeah, it's like the bad stereotype of Italian speech. Yeah, come on. Some gulp builds were like swallowing the output. Yeah, that's weirder. Okay, so hold on. Should gradual, but couldn't. Oh, yeah. When the moon hits your eye like a bag of pizza pie. That's amore. Yeah, exactly. Kinslayer, just now following. Interesting. What was it that drove you away the previous time? Some vinyl thing. Ooh. Vinyl. Not sure what you mean. Huh. Oh, and this is the part someone was saying I could do, like, console.assert, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that now. Oh, is it? Oh, as of 4.x? I might not have been on 4.x. I don't even remember. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so here's our fix. We got to go through our should and really evaluate what it's seeing, because something is up. We're not getting that warning. We're not getting that one either. Alright, so let's try these things out and see what we get, because there's something weird about the output here. Oh, we're still getting that should called before flags were fetched for this group. Which is a huge problem. So yeah, we have some race condition there. With the logs that we've added, we've kicked the race condition to always be towards that. That's it. That was it. All right, so we'll do set flags, group name there. Oh, interesting, Jather. Yeah, I don't think I ever dealt with 4. Okay, so now we're failing out proper because, yeah, I wasn't setting the flags like we needed. So that's our issue with this one. Our mock data is not right. Oh, and that's going to be over in packages test server. Like these. Okay, hold on. That was it. All right. All right, so we fixed our fixture data. Okay, so should gradual, but couldn't. Cool. So yeah, something's up here. We're able to get the environment, and it has features, yeah. We see the feature that we grabbed and the flag that we grabbed. Oh, different enough that people didn't care to transition. Yeah. Yeah, other tools filled that void for the most part, I think. So we're getting a bit of noise because we're doing these in the wrong order. Mithrandir, thank you for the follow, and I missed another. Ben, we got Kinslayer, we got Zoan, thank you. Welcome. All right, so this is literally false. Okay. So now when we dig into this part, so we're getting the flag logged. Nope. All right, let's try that. I want to see what value that is, because there's something off about that. If we get a nan, then we know we got the issue. So that was the issue there, and I think we're good now. Present them. Yeah, they both work. All right, so that was our issue. We had like a problem with the get instance percentile here. Oh, and you know what that means? Yeah, if I go here and look at features.json, open with Firefox, we see that the value was always coerced to that, and we're no longer doing that. So we modified that a bit. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, so the hashing works. Our client is basically done. Okay. All right, so I think we're good. Our hasher is now done. What that means is we're going to have to end up porting all of the other languages now too. But yeah, man. The client basically already being done is huge. Like, that's a massive win. Like a massive win. Yeah, that went quicker than I expected. So that's awesome. Okay, I thought we were going to have way more. Now we made changes to basically the entire file. So there is that bit. We should commit what we got. Yeah, I'm going to want to fine-tune the schema. I know, exactly. Everything's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. We're at 1.0. Right, so the feat is update JS client to meet updated schema from app. All right, so we update the types. This is a feat. Add testing server for other clients to consume. Let me do this. That one stays. Get on that. Yep, we're good on that. Those are good, those are good. Fetching current config, we don't need that. Hey, what up, Vanix? How you doing? We're gonna do that log still. We'll do that one too. Yeah, so cleaning up some of these logs after our hacking is a great idea. All right, so then that's onto apps, docs, and that's not anything we're touching right now. So yeah, I'm gonna leave all that. All right, cool. You like this one? Yeah, that's called CRT. Oh, if I could type. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we did our push. We did some really good work today. I do want to make sure I play some games, get some food in my belly, and I got to wake up at like a reasonable hour in the morning to make sure I knock out some tasks for work. Right, because we need feature flagging working at work too. And it's not even related to this exact code, but it is related to Vexilla, which is cool. But yeah, got some weirdness going on. So I gotta fix that. So, yeah, all y'all joining from Juicebox Heroes raid. Hold on, now we can finally do one of these, because I totally forgot to do it. Anyone here that doesn't know about Juicebox Hero should definitely give her a follow. She does a lot of Advent of Code, just, you know, trying to be a better dev, and it's good content. She does a lot of charity stuff, too, which is hugely respectable. Sorry, weird word. Like, yeah, seriously. So, check out her stream. If you do not follow Juicebox Hero, you should. Like, totally. Now, that said, who are we going to go raid? What do y'all think? Who's even going right now? Evan J. Stern is doing his Twitter death party. Oh, we haven't had a chance to raid Allie in ages. Yeah. Let's go do that. Yep. I believe Nick1 is doing his data science bootcamp or whatever. Oh, did Allie just finish? All right, so let's go find another one to raid. This just got way harder. I thought I had an easy answer right there. Ear end looks like he just got started, maybe. Nickwan or Evan J. Stern? Evan J. Stern is having a Twitter death party, Threads wins. Or we got Nickwan doing his data science bootcamp. If you guys don't know who Evan J. Stern is, he's in Just Chatting. He's just hanging out. He games a lot. He's one of the characters from Letterkenny, if you've ever seen the show. He's like part of the Skids or whatever. Start! Right? Like that's his character. So he's good. Yeah, super chill dude. So we can go for some data science boot camp, or we can go hang out and just chat. What do y'all think? Bueller? Bueller? Roldy? Alright, someone picked Roldy. That's it. We're gonna go hang out with Roldy. Hell yeah. And, oh, he's donning the hat now, too. So, yeah. Oh, we hear him now, too. I didn't realize I had that audio unmuted. Well, that's lucky. Yeah. Alright, that's cool. He's cracking a beer? Ah, we're heading to a good stream for sure. Yeah, that outfit is vibes too. Yeah, alright, so we're gonna go say hi to Roldy. He might be in follower only or whatever, but it's fine. Just give him a follow already. Come on. So yeah, we're gonna go chat. I'll see you guys soon. See you tomorrow. Hell yeah. We're gonna have an amazing Friday tomorrow. It's gonna be so good. Like, so good. I don't know. Like, we got bugs to fix. We knocked out the client JS today, so we might move on to another language for our client SDK tomorrow. I'll start out taking votes tomorrow, and we'll figure it out. It'll either be Rust, Go, Elixir, Lua, Ruby, PHP. It's up to y'all. They're your votes. But I have to make all of them, so, you know, it's more about, like, the order we do them in, not which ones we do. So, yeah. I think we get to hammer out a bunch of client SDK stuff this weekend. So, let's go say hi to Evan J. Stern. I'm going to click that button. We're going to raid on over, and we're going to say hi. Later. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for all the raids. Ah, so chill today. Cheers.